Started. Okay, so yeah. So on the Kali, we'll see how log forwarding is done, and based on that, you'll understand how the Linux integration works. Okay, just give me a minute. I'm opening up few things. A minute. I'm sharing my screen. So it's visible, right?
Yes, sir.
So first thing we'll see is whenever last time we saw how we can search the logs for any of the alerts or logs that we are seeing. If you want to see any particular logs, but what happens when we see those logs? How we can do analysis? So let's say if I run some search. Okay, has anyone of you tried anything on this Splunk part? Have you any of you tried to install or anything?
Sir, I was uh, I was doing that, but I needed the lecture recording, but I couldn't access the recording because the lectures, sir, means only till September the lectures are uploaded on the LMS.
Okay, I'll ask them to share because we do have those lectures. I'm not sure why it's not shared to you. I'll ask to share those logs. I'm not seeing any of the logs. Database not data what? I guess the database has. I'll have to add the data. Okay, just I'll recommend everyone to when you have this, you're getting the training and you have chance to explore this. So why I'm asking you is because recently there are quite a lot of openings in SOC, especially for freshers as well. So if you have some knowledge on this and you have your hands on, you will be already a step ahead of everyone, and it will also be helpful for you to crack the interview. So that's why I'll suggest you to uh, just try to get this hands on. Try to note all the points that we have seen the lecture through. You already have the recordings as well. I'll ask them to share. So if you are interested in pursuing your career for SOC, so this will be very much helpful for you. So now we have this some of the log file, which is just um, one of the log for failed RDP. We are just trying to see this, and we are gathering it. Now one thing I'll tell you. Okay, this is source type. So what do you mean by source type is basically whenever we are integrating any of the device. Okay, so I'm not sure if you remember parsing or not. So when we integrate any of the device, there is a particular parser for that device. Okay. Now from here you can see there are a lot of different types of devices. So there is some application of Log4j, Log4 PHP. Therein there is some custom is fine, little bit, but database, MySQL, okay, email, then your network, then security, which is your Cisco, Snort, operating system, which is your Linux. Okay, this seems to be for firewall. Okay. Then there is some, this is some just what we can say kind of structured sample parser. And then there is some web servers for Apache or IIS. So, okay. So, what I was saying is when you integrate, so this is your scene, okay. And whenever you integrate any of the devices, be it your firewall, be it your servers, be it your antivirus, anything. So, as I told you that there are, different structures for each and everything. Okay. So, let's say your Windows will have some different file structure or, event format. So, probably it will have some date and time initially before. So, what we can say, uh, maybe you'll have year over year time and date. Okay. Then you may have the event ID. Then you may have source, you may have destination. Okay, this can be the typical format of Windows. I'm just, giving an example over here. At the same time, firewall logs will be different. It may have source first, then it may have some destination, then it may have timestamp, and then it may have action, which is allow or block. So, you can't have this into one part, and, you will not be able to then search it. So basically, whenever we integrate it, you will have to select a source type over here. Now we are getting over a limited source type because this is something as a free trial. But whenever if you and what happens is basically Splunk is also as I told you quite a next generation tool. It will just looking at the logs, it will be able to pass over here and it will directly give you suggestion what type of log it is and it will parse it. So this thing is also available in FortiSIM as well. Very few antivirus, very few SIM tools have this feature where it will directly, just looking at the logs, it will directly select the parser for you. Logarithm Arcside doesn't have these types of facilities, but yeah, Splunk, FortiSIM have that. So just based on these logs, it will understand that this is, that XYZ device, and it will parse it. Now, since this is something which we have, faced from the third party, and it is not actually a device, so Splunk is not able to understand what type of log source it should select. Now, what I'll do is I'll try to select sample logs from here, see if it changes. It has somewhat changed. Uh, let's try to select firewall of Cisco. Now it is, it has passed. Now whatever we are seeing into one event, it is now changed into multiple events. Okay, not necessarily this is passing very well. If you try to, create a visualization of it, it won't be able to read it. But by far, this is a better option, I guess. So we have just selected next. Index we have added to firewall. I told you regarding the index, right? So we can select indexer, we'll submit and we'll start searching. As I told you, we won't create visualization because you see you're generating any statistical or visualization result. That is because this is not something which is a um, great parsing that is happened over here. Otherwise, you will also see a lot of fields and everything. You can also extract new fields, but probably it is not reading. So that is why, we are not able to see it. So anyway, uh, so now over here, now you have these logs. Okay. So now you want to do some log analysis, like you have seen some alert and you want to do some further analysis on it. So in that case, you will have to first maybe filter or minimize your query to some better understanding. So if you just select this, add to search, that you're selecting some particular user. Now you want to see, different types of activities related to that user. Now over here, there are not much activities over here, but still, we will see if we are able to get anything. So over here, we have option of exporting the logs. Then you can select any of the name or it can be optional. No need to enter it. You have extracted the logs. Now over here, you will have to add the filter. Okay, that is shift control L. And now over here we don't have much options, or we don't have different what we can say logs. But since you have already selected the logs and you want to see any particular source that that it is sending logs, what was it? When type is there. I'll try to select some other log as well, because this is not giving much options for us. We will add state Maharashtra into the search. Again, I want to see some different types of variations. That is not there. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's export this whole logs itself. I think that will be much easier. That is the reason. Now, when I say, the parsing is not happening correctly, this is what uh this is what the issue is. Okay. Now, ideally, all this destination, host, username, state, country, everything should be coming into what we can say, um, completely different fields, but this is not parsing. So this is what happens when your parsing doesn't happen and when you want to analyze the log. So that is why parsing is very important. And it's very difficult to get good parsed logs. So probably you can just understand how this works basically. So consider that this is coming in all different columns. So this is something as your latitude, it is one field. This is one another column. Then your destination host, your username, your source host, your state, country, and your timestamp. So ideally, this should come in all different fields. This is not parsing. That is why we are not able to, see those events. And we are also not able to create the visualizations and everything. So that is the reason. Okay. Now, let's say if you want to have some user, you want to do the log analysis of user. So in that case, what you will do is you will maybe filter the user and then see what are the events, what are the login of the states, what are his locations, what is latitude, longitude. All this will be very much visible to you, and then you can do the log analysis. And probably maybe there is some incident the customer wants that I want the log details that the user has logged into this for this many times, or what are the locations that he has logged in, and so on. So you can just export the logs, and then you can do the log analysis. Okay, this is how usually your log analysis works. Now this is something that is there on this Splunk. Same is there in the logger. Okay, a logger will have same GUI. You will have over here, you can enter your details, and whatever your query is there. This is, as I told you, this is Splunk based query. Uh, ArcSight has its own query language. Fortisim has its own query language. However, Fortisim and Logarithm are the tools. So Logarithm is a bit different. Their search, window will be a bit different. The GUI will be different. But Fortisim will allow over here itself for you to create the query. So over here you will have all the fields. So latitude equal to, you will have this field. Username will have over here itself a field, and you just need to select and run. It will directly give you the query and run the search. So that is one of the advantage over on the Fortisip, that you don't need to learn any of the language. On the Splunk, it is kind of a bit necessary for you to understand the Splunk query language. Okay, because whenever you're running some search for any log analysis, it is expected for you to understand the query language, and run that type particular query, so that you can then refine your search and everything. So yeah, this is how the log analysis particularly works. Now we'll see the log levels. Okay, now what is log level? Basically there are different types of, there are a lot of variations of logs present on a device. Okay, now you don't want everything to be sent onto Splunk, or I mean, whatever your same device, whatever your same device is there, you don't want everything to be uh, sent onto the same device. Because you want your particular logs, and you don't want parsing issue to happen. Then there is something which is called as EPS, that I'll tell you what is EPS. uh, and unnecessary data is what you don't want, because it will also somewhere take up your storage. So from those logs that are present on the Linux, or whatever your Linux firewall, anything. So you want only those particular logs to be integrated. Okay. Now, for example, to make you understand in a bit of more easy way. Now over here we have different types of these logs. Okay. Uh, there is system, there is setup, there is security, there is application. Now there is one server over here. This is, let's consider this is a server, and from this server I just want security logs, okay, because most of the auditing level of logs are present only on the security part. There are no security logs on the system. There are no security logs on the application. There are no security logs on the setup. Audit logs are there only in the security tab. So we can just integrate these security logs. Now, it may also happen that MS SQL has been installed on the uh, server, and MS SQL is, since it is a database of Microsoft itself, there is a facility that MS SQL logs can be sent onto the application, and application can then, I mean, in this part, it will share the logs, and we can probably pull the logs. Okay. Then only in that case I am considering application logs to come. I don't want then, unnecessary, if it is not there, then I want the application log, because these logs are, completely useless for me. They don't provide anything as part of, auditing or anything. If I want to search on this device any of the logs, these are completely useless for me. This will just occupy my bandwidth. It will occupy my storage. So system is something sometimes, if you have any critical device, then in that case, it is required that you pull system logs as well. System logs are where, if any task scheduler is set, uh, what are the system related events are there? Those, uh, so if you can see over it, an error was detected on disk. Usually there is some different, what we can say, different device other than, I mean, other tool, which is your device management tool or device monitoring tool, which, whenever there is some issue on your system. So if that, let's say if your disk get full, in that case, then this system events are, useful to raise the alarm for that. Otherwise, SIM is not, that tool that will, necessarily monitor your system events. So mostly we are considered only for security logs, and that is what whenever you're, whenever you integrate Windows device, most of the time you will integrate only security logs. You won't integrate any of the others. In some cases, system, if it is a critical device, otherwise, as I said, if there is some application, just like, MS SQL, which is sending logs onto this, then in that case only we will select those logs and forward it to, or fetch that. Since it is a Windows device, it will pull the logs from same. Similarly, going on the same lane, so same thing goes, applies for other devices as well. It may be your firewall, it may be your Linux device, or any other antivirus, anything. So now you can see over here, there are different facilities that are present. I'll tell you what these facilities mean. So on these facilities, which is your zero facility one, there is these are all numerical codes, and on those facilities, this type of logs are stored. This is in the Linux itself. Okay, so there is your Linux system, and on that there is a facility. On that facility, these logs are stored. So on the zero facility, kernel messages are stored. On one, user level messages, and so on. Okay, so you also want to see what type of facility logs you want to forward. Okay, then there is severity. Usually, this is the severity that we define. Now over here, there are eight basically severity levels. Zero emergency uh, system, when the system is unusable, alert when then there is some action that needs to be, immediately taken, and so on. So basically, this is something which, which we define, okay, uh, as a part of your uh, logs that needs to be forwarded. This usually comes into probably firewall. So first we'll just see about the Linux. Now over here you can see, okay, info logs will is the one facility that stores all the logs. Okay. Now over here you can see local to dot none. So this is basically a query that is used for forwarding the logs. For example, now in this what is happening is it is forwarding all the logs that is there in the info facility. Okay. But on the other hand, I have selected local to dot none. Okay, I have added this into the query. Now, what does this mean is whatever the logs are there that are stored on the local to, I don't want them to be forwarded onto my SIM server. So I have added that over here as none. So whatever, let's say if you are selecting all the logs and from that you want all particular facilities that don't want you to send the logs, so you can just select that local 2, local 1, local 0 dot none. Anything that you want, just add none. Okay. And then that facility logs won't send the logs to the same. Then you have to mention the log collector IP, maybe your SIM monitor, system monitor, sorry, maybe your indexer that is there on your, not indexer, sorry, forwarder that is there on your Splunk device. Then another is something, ArcSight, it is called as connector. So, or logger as well, whatever you know, wherever you are into forwarding the logs, that IP you need to mention, and this is the port. So this is how the what we can say, a typical query is there. This is the format that you want to basically provide us into your Linux device. I'll tell you how we do that. Okay. So this is how basically you write the query over there and forward the logs. Okay. Uh, huh. So as I was saying regarding the firewall, okay, so these are the logging levels again on the firewall. Zero is for emergencies, so this is when the firewall it's down. Okay, so that is this query. Alert is something where maybe some attack has happened, or some malicious IP has entered into your organization. It needs to be immediately addressed. Critical conditions, firewall is having high CPU utilization. It is going into critical conditions, so that time then there are some error conditions that whenever you're creating policies there is some error. uh, okay, warning is something again that lies on the same line. Notification is something that is normal but significant changes, like someone has changed changed some policy, made some changes in the firewall policy, or has maybe created a new policy, something like that. So that comes under your notification. And informational is where someone has logged in, logged off, or something like that. So, and debugging are only debugging messages where all the activities are stored. So whenever you are integrating the firewall, most of the recommended is informational logs. So whenever you set, right, if you select six, it will not only just select six, it will select all the logs. Okay, before that as well. So let's say I've selected my logging level as six, then it will consider five, four, three, two, one as well. If you have selected five, then it will count from five, four, three to zero, one, everything. So usually the most commonly used and recommended one is informational one. Okay. This is the most commonly used and implemented logging level. So there, different firewalls. You do have different types of ways to forward that log and everything. So now, whenever you want to integrate a firewall, since let's consider you're a SOC analyst and you don't have access. Of course, you won't have any access on the firewall. There will be a log baseline document, which is a document which explains the steps to integrate that firewall onto the same device. You just need to provide them with your IP of the log collector. They'll just configure it and forward the logs onto your system. But even though you should be able to make them understand how this works and everything, so even though you don't actually work on it, you should know how to integrate it and how to do the troubleshooting and everything. Okay, now we'll go and see the integration. So, what is this? Okay, okay, yeah. Basically, there is some, a service called as rsyslog on every Linux device. It, may whatever its flavor it may be, it's maybe your Ubuntu, your Red Hat, anything. So there is always a, rsyslog file present on your Linux device, and that is where, that is the service that does the forwarding of syslog. Okay. Now, maybe usually it is already installed. If not, then in that case you need to install it. So apt install. I'm not sure if I'm entering right command. Okay, this is already installed, so it has not done anything. Okay, so it is showing as our syslog is already in there. Probably in Red Hat you need to enter yum instead of apt, and uh, like then once you have installed the rsyslog, then you need to check if the uh, rsyslog service is running or not. So for that, you need to systemctl status or syslog. Currently, as you can see, the service is running. Okay. Now, you want to configure the rsyslog forwarding. This is a new device and you want to forward your syslog onto the SIM. So in that case, what you will do is you will edit that particular rsyslog config file. What is the path? I've written it down somewhere. This is your uh, rsyslog config file. Okay, now this is where weaving this cat is used for weaving the rsyslog file. I mean, whatever the file is that you have the cat command, and if I want to edit, I'll need to over here. You can see right, kind of the same type of configuration is there. So we'll just edit it. Since we don't have that particular IP, I'll just show you what exactly needs to, be entered over here. So now over here we have this. Now, what I have to do is just start dot info. Okay, and then I need to enter the IP. So let's say 172.168.5.2, then 5.4. That's it. So all the logs related to the info will be sent on to the SIM collector. Okay. In that case, just I want to, press escape and then click and yeah. After that, yeah, it's fine. Writing. Not sure why this is maybe don't have that option to write. This is read only file. happened?
Sir, you need to open that in editor mode.
It is editing, no? That is not the issue. I guess there is some permission issue. As you can see, whenever I'm trying to uh, exit it, it is showing can't open the file for writing. It is edited, but I think permission is not there. Okay, fine. I think there is some might be permission issue or something. I need to check on that. But anyway, this was anything, any which way or dummy thing. So this was just for your understanding that how the configuration is done. Okay, and once any idea how to exit it if I'm not able to enter it, I'll forward the command for this. Um, this will override. There is some command for exiting without editing. Hmm. Yeah, so I'll check regarding the permission issue. And okay, so once you have made the configuration, you need to restart the service. So oh, also not there. Sure. Okay, so then once you're restarted, you can check the status. If it is running, then your logs will be forwarded uh, onto the SIM server. And second thing, once you are done this configuration, it is expected that you have done all the prerequisites. If your end system is Windows, you can monitor that on the Wireshark. If it is Linux, then you need to do the TCP dump, where you can see if the logs are coming or not. Okay, so this is how the Linux device is basically integrated. Now, I was talking about the EPS, right? That is your event per second. Okay. Uh, so your EPS is your event per second. So EPS is basically whatever your events are being sent. So there are these events. These are basically the ones that are being sent onto your system. Now you can see there are many events based on your now over here you can see in just 1 second there were two events. Okay. Over here as well the same. So consider now you have integrated hundreds of thousands of devices, and those each device will be sending out the logs. So now over here all these devices are sending logs. So you will have kind of sometimes hundreds and thousands of events that are being sent onto the system or your SIM server. And the licensing is done mostly based on your EPS. That is how many events are being sent onto the SIM. So that is why when I told you that logging level is set according to that. That is because your events are calculated based on that. So consider that if you have integrated some device now, let's say consider this Windows as well. It will be easy to understand. So if I've integrated application security system setup and everything, but those are not useful for me. And then my EPS is also I mean my whatever the licenses I've taken, that is also getting consumed. So that is why the logging level needs to be set accordingly as per that requirement. So Mostly, whatever, as I said, licensing is based on the events per second. So considering whatever your devices are there and how much your traffic is there, it is interpreted based on that, and then your EPS is decided. So let's say uh, if you have 100 devices and the EPS for that would be 600 on an average per month. What does that mean is basically in a month your events that were sent onto the same were 600 events per second. So that is, something that is in average that, that particular this number of events are sent onto the uh, same. Now, sometimes it the customer may ask you to, do something which will reduce your EPS. In that case, what you can do is, let's say if there is some alert that is generating false positive. What do you mean by false positive is, uh, consider that, there is some AV scan that is being done on daily basis, or, there is some Nessus that is run on the organization. Now Nessus will generate some scanning alerts, or it will do some vulnerability scanning, and it will do some port scanning and everything. Now for that particular device, right, there will be some event that will get generated. Okay. Now port scan is something for that server that is generating the event. It is a legit activity. They are doing it as per their requirement. Then what we can, suggest customer that any which way this is something which is unnecessary alert. Can we try to whitelist that IP? Now what happens is basically, now suppose this is the your Nessus, or Nessus server. Okay. And from here it is sending some events which is generating an alert of port scanning. Now consider that, I have for that particular event that is there for the port scanning, which is, let's consider that it sends some uh, uh, what we can say, it sends some flags and everything onto the particular events which does the port scanning. In that case, I'll just, if I whitelist it, then this particular, what we can say, this particular server events would be completely dropped from sending it to same. This will overall reduce the EPS. Okay. This is, how you can try to eliminate. So your work is also reduced, that you don't have to monitor a lot of alerts. So your monitoring also gets reduced. Same thing, applies for alerts as well. So you need to address less number of alerts. That is how basically, all the yeah, functioning of the SOC happens. What you're monitoring, you need to fine tune it. You need to minimize your monitoring, you need to minimize your events, you need to minimize your alarms, so that you can focus on actual events and actual alarms. So that is what your work is over there. And for customer as well, it is very useful for that, their EPS gets reduced, and it is as low as possible. Sometimes because they have lot of traffic, or it is an organization with high number of devices and anything, then obviously it is not possible to reduce it. But otherwise it is some very much, our task to fine tune those alerts and alarms. So that is where, this SIEM has this one of the functionality of filtering. Uh, so basically on Fortis SIEM, there is some what we can say, a facility. Actually, it is there on all the SIEM, even on the ArcSight is there, that you can on the collector level itself. So this consider this as your log collector. On the log collector itself, you can mention those particular logs that you don't want to, you want to drop it. So consider that some Linux device is sending me some useless logs. Okay, some application logs it is sending, because their, Linux team has set some logging level over here. Okay, so over here they have selected some local level one. And this local level one also includes other logs, or otherwise if they are set it to info, then if they set it to info and it is sending all the application logs or anything, then on the logger level itself, what I can do is I'll do the filtering. So let's say if that particular Linux device is sending me logs of uh, mm, SMTP logs. Okay. Then my filtering will work. I'll add it over here as filter as maybe uh, the event ID I can add, or I can add some subject, maybe subject in subject itself. I'm saying a column or a filter such as SMTP, uh, something which is considering as SMTP messages. Okay. Then in that case, over here before getting sent over the actual data processor or whatever we call it on maybe logger in Splunk it is indexer, before going over there it will there itself drop these packets and then send it on to your SIM for monitoring. Again, this is something which also reduces your EPS. So these are the functionalities which is helpful and should be make use of before coming into our monitoring part. Another licensing is also there, which is on your devices. So sometimes you are pretty sure that you have this particular number of devices. Apart from that, I don't care about the EPS because EPS is something which is not predictable. You may end up subscribing very low, or you may end up subscribing very high number of EPS. So some customers, what they think of going for the number of devices integration license. So what do you mean by that is basically they won't subscribe based on their events. They'll subscribe based on the devices. So they are sure that they have only 1,000 devices that they want to integrate, and there won't be any addition to those 1,000 devices. So what they'll do is they will basically take license of maybe 1,050 or 1,100 devices, licenses of that, just to have some breather between that, and they'll take licenses on those particular number of devices. EPS, then your EPS doesn't make sense, doesn't matter. So you may have 50, 500 of EPS, or you may have 5,000 of EPS. Then that is not what is considered. Your number of devices is considered in that case. Uh, so yeah, that is what some customers go to. This facility is there for all the same. So yeah, it depends on how you approach, how the customers approach, and what they have in mind to implement their SOC. There is some other licensing as well for Splunk, which is just a minute. Yeah, so FortiSIM and Splunk have this other license as well, which is your GB per storage, so GB per day. So basically, whatever your logs we saw, right, that indexer, I mean the forwarded indexer and the search head, and on the indexer, the logs are basically stored. So whatever log number of or the size of logs that you're storing onto that indexer, that is what is your licensing is based. So let's say if you have, if instead of this EPS, basically another factor is your storage of devices. So consider that your log storage is of 5 GB per day. Then you need to take something around 6 to 7 GB as a kind of breather for that. And based on that, then you can maybe what we can say. uh, take that licensing for. So Splunk and FortiSIM are the same devices which basically allows you to what we can say uh, s- uh, mm, uh, have this another option of taking license as per your storage. And uh, whenever there is also another which is your uh, what we can say uh, number of drive bandwidth that is being utilized, similar to what we have for your internet, right? So these many mbps of data that is being sent, then that is also something which is given as an option. And this like GB part is calculated on the midnight. Okay, and now let's say uh, consider that you have taken a storage of license of 5 GB. Okay, and on daily basis your storage is getting stored as 6 GB, 6.5, 5.5, 7 GB. Then basically you will have some warnings. Those are considered as violations, so you will have some warnings. Okay. Now, let's say this happens 5 times. Then after 5 times, this sim will basically Splunk and FortiSIM. They will basically stop directly, ingesting your logs. They'll reject your logs. They'll stop working itself. Your sim will stop working. So this is something which is, very critical thing. Because maybe that SIEM has that, the Splunk has their own working in that way. Because other devices such as ArcSight, Logarithm, they even if your subscription passes over the mentioned threshold, it won't stop basically. It will just give you a warning that this oversubscription is happening, but it won't stop. Splunk is something which stops monitoring itself. So this is something which is a bit critical on the security part. We'll see some of the use cases. Okay. Uh, just give me a minute to stop sharing my screen if I have those in handy. Otherwise, we will. Just give me a minute, guys. I am seeing if I have that PDF. Okay, I'm resharing my screen. So these are some of the use cases. Okay. Let's say if this is something that also comes under Yuba as well. I've already told you, right? Yuba is something which is a next gen SIM module. So basically, let's say if a user is, every day he is logging in from Mumbai location. Okay. Now suddenly he has logged in from Pune location. Then based on that, uh, basically, anomaly, this will uh, uh, this will generate an alert. That is something which Yuba is kind of monitors on your user behavior analytics tool. So that is what it stands for. Based on your maybe what you can say, maybe your pattern or your change of behavior or something like that. Based on that, it generates an alert. Okay. But SIM also has its own anomaly detection. So um, over here, what is happening is basically a user's location and time is monitored. It is, a profile is created for him, that this user basically logs in from this system at this particular event in this particular time. And uh, and if something which is anomaly is detected, now over here the use case name is unusual login from different location in short time. So if this user basically logs in every day from Pune, Mumbai, whatever location is there, XYZ location, every day at this particular time, but suddenly today he has logged in from Chennai, he has logged in from New York, he has logged in from maybe some other locations of USA, everything, whatever the other locations are there, Dubai or Bangladesh and everything, he is logging in, and that is also in very short duration. Then this will basically create an alert and it will send it to the SOC team based on that. So this is something which is based on your anomaly, okay? Mm. But this is also where additional licensing and additional parts comes into play. This is something which is your next gen firewall. If only based on your logs, if you want to create such alert, okay, what you need to do is basically you need to take user logins of any particular user, then and maybe you need to provide that if alert is generated. So consider you have uh, 10 users, okay, and every day you consider them that they will log in only for Mumbai location because you have only one branch over there. So any one of that user logs in from a different location, in that case the alert should be generated. So how your use case will be: location not equal to Mumbai, then raise an alert and the activity is login basically. Anyway, and it is login. Okay, activity is equal to login. This is how basically your problem should be present. Okay, so now whenever you are creating a use case, so at that time over here, coming on to it, basically whenever you go to alerts, you will have the option over here of new alert. But since we are using a trial version, you don't have that. Uh, huh. But over here, if you search, now we don't have that logs as well. But if you say that user, what we can say, or location not equal to maybe Mumbai, and then you can run the search, and if it result gives you result, you can search this as save this as alert, and then you can uh, probably create that how many thresholds you want. So if you say that the threshold is more than 10, that if you see 10 login, this is only giving option of schedule. Over here itself you have real time as well. So it whenever these logs come, it will generate that alert. So basically this is how your use case are created. Okay, we'll see some more examples of how the actual working happens. Okay. Now brute force logging attempt using same username and dictionary password for the same source IP. So basically this is brute force login attempt. Okay. Now consider that a malicious user is brute forcing using same source IP. Those source IP will be same. Okay. Onto your directory services. Then same anomaly detection will see this, and then it will generate an alert. So basically we'll just focus on the use case part. Okay, that brute force is, and then in that case also how it is that uh, login failure equal to 50 times in 1 minute. Generate force attempt. Okay. So this is your problem statement. This is your use case. So whatever, like sometimes what will happen is basically customer will say that I want a brute force login attempt alert, and this should be my query. So over here you need to give the threshold as 50 times, and in duration you need to maintain 1 minute of duration. Okay. So consider again over here you need to just mention 50. Okay. Total total is fine. And over here you can also have the option of time. Number of results, number of hosts. Okay, this is fine. Whenever you have this runtime option, right, then it will show in how many minutes you have. Okay, so this is if event time, if login failure or yeah, login failure happens in number of in what we can say, for 50 number of times the login failure happens, then one brute force alert needs to be generated. Fine. So this is your brute force alert. So consider there is some different event ID for this. Okay. In your AD, if there is some user account whose account is expired, now there is some password that is set right for, let's say your password will expire after 30 days. Now your password is expired 30 days, and after some days also your login is still not, your account has been deactivated. And from that deactivated account, when some login happens, there is some particular event ID that gets generated, and you can create that use case based on that particular event ID. What is your event ID? This is your event ID. Okay. This is your event ID. So you can um, create the alert whenever whenever you see whatever you will see uh what this has changed. So over here whenever you search, you will see event ID over here, and you can add that event ID into that search, and it will basically return the result. Okay. Insider threat is fine. Okay. This is your use case, basically how you you should create a use case, how your whenever your question is asked on the use case part, this is how your workflow and everything is there. Okay. So now user account management. Okay. Basically, if user logs in and there is some in the security logs, you whenever you create a user creation, a user is created or user is deleted or its privilege is changed at that time. Also, you can then based on that generate an alert. You can create a dashboard for this. You can have your uh, alert that what we saw. We can create an alert. You can basically create reports for that. So this is another use case of user modification. Then you have this suspicious behavior. Okay, some let's say if there is some device, so this is the device, this is one of the server, and it is not sending logs. Then for that also there is some alert that is there. So let's say on your same, if my device is not sending logs for last 24 hours, then an alert gets generated that we are not receiving alerts from this particular devices. Kindly check if it is down, if it has been compromised, if it is uh, it is connected or something like that. Because if you're not, if that device is not sending logs, then you're basically not monitoring that alert. Sorry, that device. Event per second also, I told you, right? So this is something where if suddenly if there is some spike on from any of the device, that is also sometimes what is considered as suspicious. Because if some device it suddenly starts generating lot of noise, then that uh, has to be something, sometimes it is considered as suspicious. And now we'll see how the storage basically works for Splunk. Okay. So there are basically five types of buckets, what we call as storage. There are buckets. Okay. So I'll tell you what this is your Splunk indexer. Okay. Then you have your indexes and you have your buckets. Okay. What do you mean by that is basically your raw raw logs or the logs that are directly sent, that are sent into your buckets, that are received into your buckets. Those is your uh, TCIDX, I think. Yeah, this TCIDX file which stores your raw logs. Okay, and bucket is basically which stores your parsed logs. Now there are five buckets. Okay, those are your I mean, what do you mean by bucket? Basically, in indexer. So we have that indexer, right? So forwarder, indexer, and searcher. In uh, indexer, your logs are stored, and those logs are stored into five different buckets. Buckets is basically clusters. Okay, those are stored into different clusters. One is your hot. Okay, hot bucket. Then there is your warm bucket. Then there is your cold bucket. Then there is your frozen bucket, and another is your pod. Okay. Now, hot bucket is something that stores your data, which is your fresh data. So let's say if now this server is sending logs onto the Splunk, and whatever that current data, that is fresh data, that is being there, that is stored onto your hot bucket. Now this, how do you define fresh data? So basically, whenever you want to search, so what will happen is basically if some incident happens, okay, or maybe customer will ask you that, send me logs of last 2 hours or last 10 days because I want to search for some audit purpose or something like that. Then at that time, this data should be readily available because you will expect your tool to provide the latest data immediately. So in that case, let's consider that for last 15 days of data, it will be stored onto your hot bucket. Okay. Uh, and then this can be defined based on your I mean, whatever your storage size is, the rotation period, as I said, this can not only 15 days, it can also, be there based on your size. So, 2 GB of data is there, then, it should be stored onto your hot bucket, or you can also have, rotation period, which I already told you. So basically, two, three factors are there. Usually, it is calculated based on rotation period or, based on number of days. Okay, so if that particular number of days, those logs are there, then it should be stored onto your hot bucket. Okay, then is your warm bucket. Consider that logs are stored based on rotation period after 15 days, but within 3 months. Okay. So, whenever this uh, what we can say, there is some always a retention period in your policies that you should have your 3 months of online storage and 9 months of offline storage. What do you mean by that? Is basically your indexer should be able to return 3 months of data immediately, or basically that particular server itself should store the 3 months of data on that particular server, on the same server itself. So it is very easy, and the results are quite fast, that you provide those 3 months of logs immediately. Okay. So in this case, what happens is, it is in the same storage, as I said, as in the same server, and in SSD, I mean, for hot and cold both, it is actually recommended, but for usually for warm, it is recommended to have SSD storage because it will return the results faster. Okay. Then there is cold storage. Cold storage is something which stores your data for longer period, and HTT is recommended. Okay. It may be slow search. It will take some time to get your search. And after let's say 3 months, your data would be moved from. So let's say if data greater than 3 months, then it will be moved to cold storage. Okay, this is how the cold storage works basically. So it may happen that customer may want you to have the cold storage of and total storage of 1 year. So after 3 months, the other 9 months of data would be stored on your cold storage. Okay. Then comes your frozen. Okay. So this is basically archival storage, and after all your retention period and everything, this is moved on to, I mean, whatever, now this is your 1 year of data that is stored, and once it is over, then your logs will be logs to be moved to archival storage, archival storage, and this is optional. Okay, this is not mandatory. It is just optional that maybe for some audit purpose or anything, you will store your logs onto the archival. And this is something which is stored on external device. So it may be on your external tape or drive, some external drive. Okay, somewhere it will store your this basically your frozen logs. And then this is there is another which is called as your pod. So this is not basically any type of not your typical storage. This is basically kind of a search head or search what we can say. This bucket basically helps to search data from frozen bucket. So this is something which is, ties into your frozen bucket and to, basically, if you want to search that data because, it is stored onto some other bucket and everything, then this basically helps to search that data. Okay. So to, make it simpler for you to understand, if my data is new, it should be stored onto the hot bucket. It depends on your retention policy. If you have retained it for a period, if you have retained it according to your storage size, it all depends on how you store it or how you have maintained that. So, uh, yeah, so basically the purpose of having those buckets is segregation of data, and it is expected for you to return your latest data as soon as possible. Okay. So, as I said, customer may ask you for data for last 7 days and he expects that data to be fetched immediately. Whatever data that is, retrieved from cold storage, it basically takes lot of time. So whenever, if any customer asks you that, they want data from of 7 or 8 months back or 6 months back, at that time, we should communicate because sometimes customer is not that technical, he is not aware about such things. So at that time, we have to tell him that, because you're fetching data from cold storage, this will take lot of time and and this now this will, you'll have to wait for this period of time since we have storage from the cold storage. So basically what happens is, I'll tell you. So, uh, erase this. So, this is your hot storage. Okay. And this is your cold storage. And this is your frozen. Now, over here, you are searching your data and storing your data. Okay. So, basically, it is very easy for you to just so consider this is your current laptop is your SIM server or log indexer or anything, and it is basically stored on some C drive, D drive, and from there, it is very easy for you to fetch the logs. Okay, you can just over here run the query, and it will immediately fetch the logs. Now, what happens is with the cold storage is basically, in this. Uh, you are storing the data on some other HDD. Okay. And then in that case, first you need to run through all the indexers. Now, uh, this data will be stored in some drive. And in that drive, you will have some different types of indexer. What do you mean by indexer? Is basically folders. Now consider if you have any Windows storage device indexer. In that case, you will have that on one drive. It will have different customers or different data according to that date. The data is stored. So what I mean by that is, so basically consider your maybe this is your D drive, okay, and in D drive, uh, you will have different folders, okay, and based on that folders, so I'm just showing you example. So now today is 23/11 2024, okay. This will be my one indexer or one folder that is created. Similarly for tomorrow, uh, since tomorrow's date will be 24, so it will change to 24. This, and based on daily basis the logs are stored. So now consider you have uh 500 devices. Now all the 500 devices logs will be stored on this one folder for a day. Next day over here. So whenever you are running the search, now consider this is just for 2 days. Now after 3 months of data, so in total, let's say if we have stored for out of nine, you are at least stored for 7 months of data. So in all these, indexers or all these folders, you need to search or you need to fetch the logs onto basically this storage of your hot storage, and from hot storage you will then fetch the logs. So basically, it will, you can imagine how much time it will take to return those data, because it may also happen that you are working in MSSP, like shared environment. Now, in shared environment, you will have all the different types of customers' data in different types of folders, and then day-wise you have to search. And in that day-wise, your indexer, which is over here, this is basically your search it. This is your GUI. But whatever data it will fetch through your indexer. And then you will have to then search for that particular query. So from over here, whatever your GUI, if you have different GUI or something, or your particular on that server itself. So where is it? Huh. So over here, you need to mention that particular time and for that particular device, and from that particular device, it will then fetch the logs from over here. So it, that is something which takes a lot of time, and then it will also may have some large size as well. So sometimes customer may ask for a device logs, which is your maybe antivirus. Antivirus will have less logs. So it may have some let's say for example randomly I'm saying 6 GB of logs. But what about if he asks for some other devices like CloudWatch or some WAF logs, that would be in higher number, right? So in that case, you may need to fetch the logs of 10 GB or some 8, 10 GB, 12 GB, and then to fetch the logs and everything. It is basically a very difficult task. So in that case, it is also time consuming, and it basically requires some HDD to get those stores the log data for long time. Okay. Now consider this frozen. Okay, and coming to frozen. Now, frozen is basically archival storage. Why? Because it is storing a large number of data. So it has to, archive that data. And if we want to archive that data, then, basically to unarchive and then search the log, then fetch the logs, it will, take too much of time. So maybe it may take several days as well. So, this is how this basically everything works. You need to have your storage management done properly, and this is across all the same. You will have this cold storage, archival storage, hot storage, everything. The concept will be the same, just the name will be different. Okay. Oh yeah, this is about the storage. Okay, I think this should be it. Tomorrow we will see about the incident management, and then we'll look into the concepts of EDR and everything. Okay, I think this should be it. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay then, fine. We can conclude then. Bye bye.